Hi, Mousy. Okay, yeah, my mic is working. Cool. My music is very quiet. Again. Interesting. All right. Uh, is that better? Yes? Okay. Not overpowering me? Oh, I turned my heater on. Again, it was like 60 degrees and I forgot my sweater upstairs, but that's fine. I have a heater. You can hear it. And no, we're going to overpower you as it's still relatively quiet. Okay, we'll boost it here as well. I don't want it to be too overpowering, so. Alright, we'll do that. We'll leave that there. And we'll get into the game. Brr. Good thing this little heater cranks out heat in a hurry. I could grab my Udi, but that means getting up. I have done a few changes. And I've got rid of a bunch more trees. There we go. Well, I have logged over to where I drive up. But I also moved a couple of facilities down here to not need to drive up very often because that was getting tedious. I have also added roads to be able to drive around better. Hey, Brick, how you doing, buddy? I'm okay. I'm uh I'm doing a little bit of realism. Thank you for shouting out, Brick. Hey, Clara. How you feeling, Clara? Not that. You're feeling better? Good. I'm glad you're feeling better. See, there's my floating tree that I can't seem to get rid of. I didn't turn off my harvester. You think your fever is gone. I was right. You think you're over the hill on this sickness. Finally, you think your fever is gone, maybe? Maybe. Well, I hope you are getting better. That's hung on to you for a bit. Lucky you, I'm almost on the top of the hill for mine. I'm not sure Clara was discussing their age, their art. Welcome in. But you know, and just because you're moving, probably Claire's voice got worse. Just because you're packing for moving is probably why you're feeling a little bit more your age. Oh, you were talking about being sick. Oh, okay. Well, I am sorry. Oh, hey, you did tell me yesterday you're feeling sick. I hope you feel better soon, still. It's not fun packing when you're not feeling well. It's not fun packing. It's less fun packing when you're not feeling well. Oh, Mr. Brick, what's the word on you having fixed equipment to be back to streaming? Is it a closer possibility? Or I should say probability? Sorry, I gotta check to see what my family wanted. Packing is stressful. Oh, okay, it wasn't my family that messaged me. Alright, alright. Yeah, moving here. We all had the flu when you were supposed to be getting stuff ready for the first move in. Oh, so it's come full circle, Art. That's all that is. It's come full circle. Maybe not a circle that you wanted. Word is that you have the part, but you're waiting for your sister to have a free day so she can fix it because I tried YouTube University and got stuck. Ah, okay. I get that. Laptops are a little more finicky, and I believe you were using a laptop. So I know they're a little bit more finicky with the part replacement process. So yeah, I almost have all of the trees out of this little valley that I'm going, it's not even a valley, off this plateau that I'm going to be turning into a farm. Hey, Lopi. You learn that your laptop is too old and not even Dell supplies your parts. Oh no, that sucks. That sucks. Hopefully soon enough you can afford an upgrade. I'm not saying now, but soon enough. How are you doing? Excuse me, how are you doing, Loopy? Art's family can't do new houses simply. First one Your eldest was born the day you were supposed to sign. You sign powers of attorney in the delivery room. Wow. Clara's brothers brought a coughing 2 days in bed illness home. That's not fun. It's gonna look funny with that tree floating there in the middle of everything, but I can't figure out anything to do to get rid of it. Unless this will now let me grab it. Doing good, a bit hungry, and working on a new project. How's it going? Have you tried lifting the train to remove it? I have. I have, and that was a good thought, Mousy. I can try that again now that I've actually turned off the game for a bit. I cannot admin delete it. Oh, it's finding a tree. No, it's not finding a tree there. All right, so up. Okay, so time to call the Lorax. Uh-huh. Okay, so now, oops, that. Will you let me find a trunk to the tree? Well, it's letting me go through it now. The Lorax does speak for the trees. Okay, so we will now play. We will now play with terrain to see if my stump remover can remove it. Is there a way you can put something under the floating bit to see if it would phase through, like push it? I'm gonna try. Okay, so let us first see if. Okay, so it won't let me do that. Let's bring the ground up. And let's do it quite a ways around it. And then we will make it so I can drive up to it. like so. Hey, Prelude, can you bring can you bring me Canam over, get some height, and get closer? Can we get you a coffee so we can separate those statements and have a better understanding of what you're saying? There's the coffee. Try to chainsaw top now that you're closer with the ground belt. Yeah, well, it does not want to allow me to change. Oh, 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 oh. I had it. Yay! It's gone. But I found a new one of these. This 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 is a nice little thing for taking away trunks. Share the lower X and Lord of the Ring meme to your Discord for you to check later for reference. Sounds good. I found where is it? This beauty. This beauty has a bin in it that sucks in the wood chips from chopping down trees. You can do whole trees, or you can do just stumps, and it turns it all into wood chips. And for a while, I was getting more money for wood chips than anything, so I cut down probably about 30 trees with it. And then it left me a floating tree. So it's like, you know what? I'm going to go back to doing this the more difficult way. I am going to use that other one though to cut my way in for when I'm placing um, the cabins for rent, the rental cabins. You could always buy a wood chipper and cut the tree and put them into the wood chipper. I could. I could. And the other thing I did, I finished putting the roads in around. So now hopefully things will want to drive their way around to get up to my base. So for those that haven't seen this before, once all the trees are gone, I'm bringing everything down to this level, and I'm going to be cutting in a large grass field in here. I can give myself more money automatically. I could. Um, and I have to start. I gave myself an original $10 million, and buying the equipment I wanted, it went down to $5 million, and now I have worked back up to $13 million. There's a girder if anyone wants to catch it. Oh, wrong button. but I also have done a lot of trial and error in different machinery that I want to use for forestry. So that when I start my next map, I will have a better understanding on what I want to do to make money without giving myself money. How do you choose your own budget? There's a couple of ways to do it. When you start the game, you can start with $1 million. And that's good for starting most farms. There are subsidy programs in the game, as well as other money generators that bring in money. So I can, buy some of these things. Clara caught the critter. I can buy some of these things, and they bring in, this one brings in 13,000 a month if I spend 155,000 to buy it, which is good because it's money over time. There are also these subsidy programs, which depending on which you choose, gives you different amounts per month. And I think right now the one I have brings me a couple 100,000 a month. And there is natural generations that were not mods added. Exactly. There's some of these signs I can place to get money. There's housing you can place to get money. But it's all spend money to make money, which is the same as real life. If you're not spending money, you're not making money. One of the things I like to do is either some of these wind generators. Um, they're a little pricey to start, but they make you some good money. Or the solar. And when I'm placing a building, I like to see if I can find a building that has solar panels on it to supplement me with that little bit of extra money that I'm not making while farming. But the wood I'm cutting here is going into a sawmill, and then the sawmill is making planks, long planks, walls, and beams, and selling those and getting me money. I have sheep that's making wool. The wool is going into a couple of spinneries making cloth, which is then going into the tailor shop, which I'm going to sell. And that's kind of what I'm doing this for, so I can get some more grass to add more sheep to make more wool to start my clothing empire. The main reason why I'm playing this is because it was a small map that was forestry, and that's what I was in the mood to really concentrate on was forestry. So in my plots here, I've got grass growing that I can then feed my sheep, which are over here. It's surprising elaborate for a farming simulator, but it's really cool. Farming sim itself has been going on for quite a few years, Brick, and it's one of the best selling Steam games every time a new one drops. So 22, 25, 17, 13 all have been like some of the best selling Steam drops. There is a lot of people playing. Oh, 19. Right, thank you. It's every 3 years, I think. It's a good sized island. It is for some things, not necessarily for like a lot of farming, but I'm kind of turning this into a resort island of type of sorts. The modding community for this is ridiculous. Um, the map making community, as part of that modding community, is ridiculous. Especially for these base game mechanics, yeah. Oh yeah, the base game mechanics on here are just fantastic. Um, to the it's popular enough to the point where there is specialized controllers that have been made for the game. Special steering wheels with special flight sticks type things that give you the mechanics of being more in a tractor. Uh, Even right now, some John Deere dealerships have a deal with Giants, which is the creator of the game, that if you go in and spend X amount of dollars in a John Deere dealership, you get an in-game code for something special. What would you say is like a big improvement or change over the course of the games? Besides graphics, movement, it's a scale model if you're not mistaken. Cool. Overall game like movement on vehicles, what each of the vehicles can do, the type of map terrains that there is, the types of farming available, um, the precision of the AI drivers that you can hire, because it's like you hire somebody to come onto your farm. So the precision of what they do while on the farm for you, um, the weather. They've actually now added like slip mechanics that if you find hit a wet spot or like a wet hill or something, you have more problems getting up than you would have before. The types of machinery that have been added, animal mechanics, just the way, the animal movements and stuff look a little more natural than what they were before. But that all comes with better processing, better programming, all of that, just like any other game. What am I doing? Turning on more. Right. And I think also the multiplayer function, I think, is better right now too. Yeah, Prelude and I have less issues doing multiplayer in 25 than we did in 22. What's something you want to see? It would probably be 28. It would be probably the next one. What would I want to see in a new one? That's a good question. Um, Probably, and I know the game isn't based on what your character is, what your character does or looks like, but I would say some better customization options would be nice. Because right now they have one body type for all characters. Just if you're playing a female, it's they add breasts to the same body type. Allowing you to use boats on water would be nice. Um, there's a few things. Um, I gotta think on that. Yeah, definitely water mechanics. Um, they've added some fishing in some aspects, which I think is really cool. I would say some of the stuff that's in the mods, making that as a base game would be nice. Like a little bit, like being able to move your avatar a little bit faster. Um, Being able to lock vehicles, because sometimes depending on your role play, you may add vehicles that you're not using, or even in normal play, you may add vehicles that are season specific. Like depending on how much snow you get, will want a snowplow with salter, so you can clear roads and stuff. And being able to set it so when you cycle through your vehicles, you're not constantly going in and out of that vehicle. Because like to find a vehicle, I have to go through all of these constantly, and I do have other ones that I have locked because I'm not needing to go in and out of them constantly. So to be able to do that in base game would be nice. Um, I think those are my biggest wants. Turning on having to start engine slows down the load time when you tap through vehicles. You've noticed? Yeah, it does slow down the load time. Yeah. No, don't. Okay, get out of the vehicle. Oh wait, no, turn off the vehicle, then get out of it. But the overall landscaping. Oh, okay. The other thing would be what would be nice in base game is the other type of landscaping where the terraforming, where if you buy just a second here. If you buy some of the terraforming machinery and start, flattening ground using the machinery and stuff, the land moving equipment, having that as base game instead of having to download a mod to be able to put in a road here and remove a hill there, or to go digging for, coal or whatever ores the land might have, you know, to be able to do that without mods as base game, because that's in some ways farming. Because a farmer may need to level land to be able to put the field in that he wants. Oh wait, I didn't clear that. Oh, that's fine. So like they've concentrated well on the actual, hey, I own a farm, I can get farming implements to be able to. A PyDove has appeared if anybody wants it. I can go and buy a good amount of farming implements to run or start, run, maintain a farm. Um, they now need to, I think, look at what some people want to do with expanding said farms. And another thing is there's a lot of people actually role playing in these games, whereas there weren't before. So add in a few, like, yeah, okay, there's restaurants and whatnot. We've downloaded quite a few of decoration packs as well to be able to, if we build a gas station or a Circle K or a repair shop for vehicles, like a high-end customization repair shop, we had to add mods to be able to place non-functioning vehicles, to place work lifts, to place, workbenches and tool chests and stuff for that. Had to place, get mods for people to be in the game, like static people just standing there doing things, but it's a mod to be able to do that. And, sometimes while you're waiting for a crop to grow, you want to go and work on something else or decorate something else. And yeah, I had to put in mods to be able to put bales around my farmyard, or a broken down tractor, or anything like that. There's, being able to do that in base game would be so much better. But I'm happy that I can get it in the as a mod, because then I can still at least, do what it is that we're enjoying doing. Now I could drive in the vehicle. And the amount of dedication they put into, filling in what these vehicles actually look like inside is phenomenal. You understand that sometimes mod can just make the gameplay, yeah, 100%. Now, here's the fun part of this. 20 years ago, when, I was just starting working at an EB Games and seeing how popular these games were getting, I am like, there's no way in hell I'm going to play these games. I come from Alberta, uh, where farming is a a way of life, and I've been in enough tractors to know that sitting in a tractor is not necessarily, you know, fun. It's not something that, you know, I want to play as a video game because, ooh, I'm in a tractor for X amount of hours during my day and choosing what fields to plant and going to go and um, tend my animals and everything that has to do with, farming. I wasn't trying to yuck anybody's yum. There, unless you're a farmer, you know, right? Farmers enjoy it, and that's their thing. Me not being a farmer, going to a farm and seeing what it's done, and my brain not necessarily wanting to, just do that is like I'm never gonna play this game. I don't understand the game. And here's me 20 years later playing the game and enjoying it a lot more than I figured I would have. Now, have I matured and have my tastes changed since that point? 100%. I think for me, part of the difference is I think there's a little bit more creative leeway in what you can do in the game now, and I'm enjoying that aspect more. The For me, it's more the setting up and decorating of a farm than just necessarily doing the farm. Prelude's heard a lot of people say they've seen the game, never interested in playing the game, and they actually play it and go, "Why did I take so long not play that?" Yeah, exactly. And like I say, I think for me, the fact that I can do a lot more of this customization than I think I would have been able to do in the earlier renditions of the game is where I'm enjoying this more. I enjoy I enjoy more setting up a farm, getting it to the point that it's self-sufficient, and then I go on to the next farm. I don't actually sit and play the map. Whereas this time, this map, I'm actually have an idea of what I want to do with the map, and I'm going for it. I did not understand the thrill of video games before. Now you think in Minecraft every day. Yeah. Oh, that's exactly it. It's until you find the game that gets you interested in continuing with video games, you're not gonna understand the allure to them. I was lucky that when I was a kid, my parents wanted an Atari. So it was set up in the family room. Mom and I had a couple of notebooks in which we would keep our high scores, and we were competitive. Mom and I on some of those games on who would get the better score on things like Frogger and Pitfall and whatnot. And the fun part about that is as I got older and was playing different styles of video games, Mom may not have played with me, but she would set herself up on the couch beside me while I'm playing and sit and watch what I was doing. And I don't mean just passively. She would be, you know, asking questions about what I was doing or helping me figure out puzzles and whatnot as we were going. And she told me a little bit ago that she actually misses us doing that. And I've told her, well, I play online. You can still, do that. You can watch online with everybody else that is, but she doesn't understand how to get into Twitch, which is fine. Gaming families are so wholesome. Uh-huh. Sounds nice. My family does not understand what you do with gaming and Twitch, no matter how elaborate your builds get. And that's that's the unfortunate reality of reality is not everybody understands and gets fully what is some people's enjoyment. Like, and I'm going to use fishing for an example. I have gone fishing. I don't mind fishing. Is it something that I can do for longer than 2 hours at a time? No. A lot of that reason is because my brain needs to be a little bit more stimulated than, uh, you know, choosing a lure, choosing what to um, bait it with, and just waiting. And I know a lot of people get a lot of enjoyment out of that, and that's great for them. It's just, it's not my thing. There are some pretty cool fishing and hunting games out there. There are, and I've played some of the hunting games, and I've enjoyed the hunting games. I couldn't, like, it's just something for me that it's not mentally stimulating enough. You love fishing in video games, but not fishing video. Yeah, but and there is a difference. There is a difference. And the part of community and connectivity, which can be pretty good and encouraging for people. Oh yeah, 100%. As long as you find the right community for that, exactly, Loopy. I can't say I've done a fishing video game itself, but I have done hunting video games. In fact, it was through a hunting video game that I started, and this is going to be weird. I started a NASCAR series with some other friends, or with some friends that I met my longtime friend Monty, who was in here on Monday and is part of my Discord and has been a part of my life for going on 25 years. Facebook game is yeah, and that's exactly it. Facebook game is the reason why Mousy and I got together. It's a game that is no longer there that I'm aware of. It was a game about hunting and trapping ghosts. We were both part of the community. We had both joined the um, chat room at that time because there was no Discord. And we got to know each other there, and one thing led to another, and here we are today. Because, yeah, we met when we met online, we were 3,800-ish kilometers distance. You mean you landed here? I think this community is pretty nice. But yes, not every community is positive. Yeah. And I have been in some communities where, you know, they have all of their little inside isms and jokes and whatnot. And what they think is, wholesome and fun is actually, degrading and pretty rude. And having a community built on that kind of stuff is not enjoyable. I've walked out of communities like that because of some of the stuff that they were saying and saying to each other, and they're like, "Oh, but it's all in fun." It's like, no, it's not in fun. That's just denial. Dusclops has appeared if anybody wants one. Isn't that a river somewhere? Dusclops? Possibly. Oh, denial. Yeah, that is a river somewhere. Big fan of this community here. Hi, Acquire. I'm glad you're a fan. I'm glad I have good people in my community. I am. I try to be a good person and a good influence, and at least, uh, try to be a positive force in people's lives. How are you doing, Acquire? How much more of this do I have to go? Oops, that's not what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. That's not bad. It's Thursday. What am I trying to do? We're turning that off. We're looking for this vehicle. Aw, nobody cut the dust stops. I don't even know if people tried for it, but you've been better not bringing mood down, but we had to put down one. Oh no! I am so sorry to hear that, Acquire. If you need to chat later, you know where to find me. How many in this playthrough? How many vehicles do I have? I have a bunch. I have this wood hauler. I have this stump grinder. I have my lawnmower and bucket. I have my Hummer with utility trailer. I have my mech dozer, which I will be using to cut in a field. My tree cutter. I have my this thing. Right, a mech. Yeah. This I'm using to break rocks and trees. Skid steer. Thank you. I have the tractor which pulls the trailer that's taking all of the rocks and other stuff because you need a special, you need a strong enough tractor to do that. I have this stump grinder because I bought it to play with because I liked it. I have this lawnmower because this is the only lawnmower that's strong enough to get up and down those hills. I have this belt that I use to move the rubble and stuff from the ground into the dump trailer. I also have this van that I use to move the wool from in the shed here around. And then I also have uh, so yeah, I have my mech. They added this into the game like 3 weeks ago, and I think it was added as a lark, but I like it, and I may not use it to put in the entire field. I'm going to try. Um, and then I also have uh, my six wheeler. I have my six wheeler that I use to deliver gas. Oh, I'm a person. I just don't like running around like this. Now, I should probably go take some of that wool and bring it in over here. You saw something move in the window of a vehicle. It was like, wait, is there? Yeah. While you're driving, if it's a stick shift, it will show you actually, shifting gears, pushing gas and brake. Um, okay, so it doesn't show me in the vehicle. But if you're in with somebody else, when you hire AI, puts AI person in the vehicle, and if the vehicle is a two-seater or more, you can get in and switch seats and ride around with them. Yeah. So this is where my sheepies reside. There's a animal dealer there where he's got horses and stuff for sale. Horses require more care, even in the game, than I'm really willing to put into them, so I don't get the horses. There's my sheepies. Okay, why are you not? You really choose interesting ways to load this thing, buddy. Okay, why are you being so picky today? Oh, okay. Let's maybe go forward. The fact that there's this much room in here to maneuver is surprising. Okay, back doors. Oh, wow. Why? Why you play this game with me? Now, the fact that everything auto loads is a mod. Otherwise, I either lifting everything by hand or forklift to get stuff in and out of vehicles. Okay, perfect time for the beat to drop. Yeah. All right, let's try. Click on you, create job, deliver to that distribution center. Go. What do you mean target's unreachable? Alright, I guess I have to do roads on this side of the bridge too? That's the one thing about this map that's not desirable. Is I had to redo all of the roads on this side. Let's try that again. Create job, deliver, distribution center, go. You're not stuck. Really. You had that much room and you were complaining something was in your way. Got it. Sims 4 be like, uh-huh. Okay, you got yourself stuck there when you could have literally driven in this way. Now I have two spinneries spinning the wool into fabric. I'm probably going to need to build a few more, but I need to clear rocks out of the land where I want to place them first. So my plans are artificial idiocy. Uh-huh. My plans are to finish removing the trees where I'm working and put in a field so it will grow more grass. And then I'm going to go remove rocks up by my main farm, my starting main farm. I'm going to remove rocks around here, get rid of all of these rocks. And I'm going to put a few more spinneries in over here. The handle, a Surfetched has appeared. That's actually, sounds like something I need to catch. And then I'm going to put in a couple of tree greenhouses up here. That way I can get more lumber going, because you never have too much lumber going. And then down here, I think, down in here, I'm probably going to put a couple of greenhouses for cotton. Gonna lurk for lunch, might be back soon, but if not, have a great rest of the day. Thanks for stopping in, Loopy. Enjoy your lunch. Hopefully, it's good foods. I appreciate you and your lurk. Either that or I'll put the spinneries over where the other one is and put the tree greenhouses along here and maybe the cotton over there and some vegetable down at the bottom. I don't know. But I need to get the more grass going first. Yay! Mousy and I both caught it. Artisy says there's a story they read years ago where full AIs were outlawed, but they very limited systems that they could make decisions and do stuff. Main character called the AS artificial stupid. Yes. So artificial stupid. Wheatley, right? Is that the story you're talking about? Was it Wheatley? He's my favorite artificial stupid. Now, by getting rid of all of the rock that's going to be up top, it's going to be a little bit of extra income from the stone, which is why I want to put in tree greenhouses, because then the money I'm getting from all of this wood, where I will be working next, I will be making less money. And yeah, okay, I have $13 million. You're a farmer. You're farming to make income, not just have, hey, I have money, now I can relax. No. You aren't a moron. You were designed to be a moron. Uh-huh. Minor case of serious brain damage. Exactly. Portal 2, I think, is one of my favorite games. Okay, so how much do I have in there now? 21,000 liters and 127 liters in there. Over 1,000,000 liters of grass, which is good. It was not a sci-fi anthology about AIs. It also had one where the internet became sentient using a direct brain connections to use people's brains as server nodes. Oh my god. Kind of like Ghost in the Shell. Yeah, that's what that sounds like. Sorry, just vibing to the tune. I love Umut. I know he's not everybody's jam, but you know what? I think I need to watch Ghost in the Shell again soon. That's one of a few I need to watch again soon. Ghost in the Shell, uh, animated Full Metal Alchemist, probably Gurren Lagann. Ghost in the Shell, yeah. Yeah, it's a very good series. They've remade it so many times though. Now you know it's the story is similar, but it's not the same to the original one you and I watched together. Now I don't know if the one you and I watched together to start was the original. Oh, and the other one, Blue Exorcist, I think I want to watch again too. Full Metal and Brotherhood and Gurren Lagann are probably two of your favorites. Nice. But yeah, we watched Ghost in the Shell. I know you couldn't get into Full Metal. We watched a few other series, yeah. Which is probably why we like Critical Role, because a few of them voiced a bunch of the characters in some of those series. It's unfortunate because you've always wanted to like it, but never kept your attention on it. Yeah, I get that. It is very slow at times and very sad at others. See, I watched Inuyasha. I really enjoyed Inuyasha. And Fairy Tale is one I really got into. I had to watch all of that. Soul Eaters, I absolutely loved. Actually, I think Soul Eaters has got my favorite rendition of Excalibur. And if you haven't watched it, I do recommend. It has nothing to do with anything dark, but it is animated fun. Now, you need to rewatch Inuyasha. I didn't realize there were movies that went along with the anime show and missed a lot. Uh-huh. You and me both. I wonder if we should do a watch party for some of these, maybe. Be back in a bit. Want to watch Concerned Ape 10th Stardew anniversary video? Okay, let me know what it's like, baby. Let me know the stuff you know that I want to know, which is all of it. But you know, now I think about it, we could probably do a watch party. Uh, Prelude or Clara? Can one of you in the mod room write a note in there for me to put in a poll for a possible watch party, please? As a reminder that it's something I want to ask the community if they want to do. Okay, I need to move one of these vehicles closer to my house. This one works. Oh, Brick, you were asking. Probably, yeah. You used to do those, they were fun. You were asking about one of the other things about this one that I like, that weren't in the earlier ones, is weather effects, such as tornadoes and stuff. In the one play that I was going through last week, there was actually a tornado going through my land, destroying crops and whatnot. And I thought that was a real good add to the game. Oh, make sure my aminals have food. I'm pretty sure they do, because the way I have it set. Wool, that one's already half full of wool. That one's gonna fill with wool before I even get to empty it, so I'm not gonna actually worry about that. Interesting. I guess that's cool from a realism perspective. Yeah. I'll make sure. Must remember to bring all grass down here. How much? Not ready to harvest yet. I know, Prelude, there's better ways for me to check to see if the field is ready to harvest. Sometimes, though, it's what one remembers to do. Oh, 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 oh. There. You learned something last night that you had learned before playing one of the other farming simulator games, but totally forgot for this one. Okay. Now that you've got our attention and have us in suspense, in the build mender under tools, there is an RK station that helps your AI. What? In the build menu, under tools? Oh, wait. No, wrong. Construction. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. In here, there's this. Yeah, this station. Provides your vehicles with a better GPS signal, helps your AI helpers drive more precise to do their work faster. How big are you? Actually, you're not that big. This is the thing you were talking about, right? And you also added the weather station. Okay, so you are going to go there. We're not going to go that far, but hopefully. I can add a few of these. So I'll bring one of these over here-ish. Not in the field. You know what? You would probably go good right by this rock. Like that. What are we catching? Tropius. Cool. And we'll put one up here. Like there. You think green one would look good down near the dock? Which dock? This dock? The one you can go trout fishing from. So I take it that's this one down here? This the one I can go trout fishing from? I'll wait until you can answer. I'm not sure which dock. I would suggest the one with the barge. Oh, this one. Okay, so we will place you in here. One of you, okay, you have a door there. Place you back in like that, so bop, there. I can customize you. I can just change your color. That's fine. We don't want to change your color. Hopefully that helps. I don't think there's any new vehicles I need to buy to test it with. I'd get a snow machine, but it doesn't actually snow here. I really can't think of another vehicle I would need in this playthrough right now. Unless I want to get the fishing trolley. But I don't think so. Although it might be fun to go out on the water. With the amount of stone I'm going to be breaking up, maybe this might be better than a tractor trailer. It'd be easier to maneuver than the tractor trailer. Okay, this one is a little bit bigger, holds a little bit more. So what's that one? That one is 30. 30,000 liters. You are 5,000 liters. And I think there was other ones in here. 10,000 liters. 30,000 liters. Well, I also have to think of the size of the bridge and stuff. And where a lot of times more is better. Because, yeah, that would be better, but it's also too big. I think I'm going to go for this little guy. I think he carries stone. Looks like it, possibly. So we will buy him. And let's... Oh, it doesn't drive itself. Dang it. All right. Let's turn on cruise control, I guess. Ooh. Is there a way to center? Probably not. All right. Let's go back to that. Meh, I got time. We're all sitting chatting anyway. See, I could probably break up all of this limestone and sell all of this limestone and make more money. See, there's all of this stone here I could be breaking up. And I could turn all that stone into limestone and then sell all that limestone. But I also think that in some places that stone gives some character, and I will be adding some of that about again. But yes, this entire forest down here is going to be deforested as well. I wonder. Huh. The little ones don't open, but the big one does. All right. And I know you had said something about a weather station. How rustic leaves his interior decoration. Uh-huh. I know, right? I thought of everything. 1 point in my life, a buddy and I were thinking about learning either hardstyle or shuffle dance moves. The way I am now, I'm glad I didn't learn how to do that because my bad knees would be so much worse. Hi, sheepies. I like how you can even see the baby sheep in there. Cows is another one I don't want to do because of the amount of extra work there is to it. And that's exactly what it is. It's the extra work that's part of taking care of that particular type of livestock that I don't want to do. Which is like any other farmer, you know, you don't want to look after cows, you don't look after cows. Uh, it's kind of like the happy gas-based tour on Hermitcraft. Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure which one actually moves faster, to be honest. But it shows how beautiful. What are you stuck on? Oh, I know what you're stuck on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Badoo has appeared for anybody that wants to catch it. That's what you were stuck on. I didn't think those roads had that hard of an edge on them, so I guess I will be going through and deleting all the roads. So I wonder if I sped up game time, that if the 12 kilometer an hour tractor speed would actually increase with the increased game time or game speed. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through and sell these because I'm getting caught on them. Because if I'm running at 5 times games, 5 times time speed, which means time in the game is moving 5 times faster than time itself. Because I can set it to go the same time as what we're going. Would this be still going this fast, or would it move at a more realistic speed as compared to the distance that it's got to travel? All right, so it does not. End game speed doesn't affect movement of game. I'm noticing. I just tested my theory. Your outside and increased speed does. Ah, yeah. That would have been really interesting if that was a mechanic that worked that way. You know, if you have your game set to 5 times speed, vehicles move 5 times faster because time versus distance. Yes, but we have some fast cars. Imagine that on 360. No, I know, I know. Oh, believe me, I know. Some of those cars we have enough trouble with as it is. Yeah, there's a couple of cars. The one in particular that can go up to 1,000 kilometers an hour, which is we know not uh, actually, you know, able, but it is a video game, and there are some actual, video game mechanics in here still, like no destruction on vehicles when you flip them, and go roof surfing. Is sometimes you end up with the rubber side up. almost want to grab that other machine and just drive through all of these and turn them all into wood chips just to now have this area cleared. And I might just do that. You know what? Heck, let's do that. As for the possibility of achieving 1,000 kilometers an hour, it's happened at least 4 times. Yeah, at least on the salt flats, I believe. Definitely nothing, this hilly. Or was it in flight? I think it happens in flight more often than 4 times, now that I think about that. Alright, let's go see if we can make some more floaty trees. And no prelude, this will not cut down the palm trees. Yes, the salt flats, because one little bump at 1,000 kilometers would put you over all over the places. Uh-huh. I did try prelude. This does not cut down the palm trees. You do need the jackhammer to take down the palm trees. Okay, so turn on stump grinder. Lower. Uh, I may have just caused another issue. No, there we go. All right. First official record land speed. First official recorded land speed record was 61.5 kilometers per hour. Yes. I remember hearing about that. And although that seems slow, for the year that was recorded, that was fast. Welcome back, Mousy. And what did we learn about Stardew Valley? If you said it to be, yes. It was mostly reminiscing, and then the two new marriage candidates. Okay. And who are said marriage candidates? Let me guess. Linus and the little alien thingy. Krobus. No? Okay. You can already marry Krobus. I did not know that. Clint and Sandy. Okay, so Clint is the blacksmith. Oh, Sandy, the one from the desert. Okay. The Emily Liker and the Desert Lady, yes. I'm glad I actually read that properly because I almost said the Emily Licker, which, would be in his dreams. Now, when I go and do force in the other area, I am not using this machine strictly. I am, however, going to use this machine to get to the places that I want to place the housing. You are not going to take that tree down. Though you have to admit you did want to romance Clint in one of your playthroughs just because you felt so bad for the guy but couldn't. Yeah. Uh, oops. No, that button turns it. You think I have a love note. Okay. Too bad the wizard is still not possible. Well, in unmodded, the wizard is still not possible. I can. Just give me a few minutes, Prelude, and I can do that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish cutting down these trees, and then we'll see how long that takes. Prelude has graciously opened our multiplayer world. You think we're getting close to ending? I'm not getting close to ending stream yet, no. Are you saying I need to end stream for something that I don't know about? No, I was still planning on going for quite a bit. Or are you saying we're planning on ending that multiplayer? Because I didn't think that was a thing either. Absolutely not. We play till we can't load the computer anymore. That's what I thought. Okay. Why are you not cutting that stump? Okay, fine. I'll cut that stump. Yay, Clara caught the Vulpix. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Why can't I? There we go. We'll just remove a few mods to see if we can load it. Uh-huh. And I think you're gonna have the more issues than I am, so as I am already at 1,500 mods, 1,500 mods. Not us just adding, a casual 300 mods last night. Can't it even be called a farming sim anymore? Wouldn't it be modded sim now? Well, no, I'm still farming. Just because I haven't needed to go mow my grass yet doesn't mean to say that I'm not on a farm. I have gone and I have, looked after my animals. I gathered and sold its wool. And now I am, casually making room for more fields. Every mod for this is quality of life, not some mods for other games. Exactly. I know you're teasing, baby. You only have 800 and some odd quality of life mods. A lot of the mods I have are for the one world that I was working on, where I'm building a Barrett Jackson style auction house that I want a bunch of different types of vehicles in it to be sold. And now think of all the vehicles you have for construction. Uh-huh, I know. It's making me wonder if the yard I have been building in is big enough or if I have to move it onto a second yard. Satellite locations for bigger machinery. You like that idea? Yeah, yeah, that is a good idea. Oh, 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 give me a sec. I gotta plug in my headset, chat. Okay. Yeah, I might have to do a satellite location for forestry and a satellite location for road work. All right, chat. We're all, almost ready to go check out the other farm. Oh my god, it actually jumped. Turn off the stump grinder. All right, so we have 227,000 liters of wood chips. Let's see what we get for them. Oh, that way. So 3,600 plus. Plus, so 285,000 on wood chips. Minus 8,000. So 278,000. So let's, for now, stop. Pipe in. All right. We will save doing the cleanup on that. We're going to start loading into the other game. While that's happening, I am going to do a quick potty run. And then we'll show off some of the stuff that Prelude and I have been working on. This is where I find out Prelude added a bunch of mods overnight. No, Prelude didn't add a bunch of mods overnight. So, I will be back in a few moments. I just need to potty. I'll be right back. I'm back. And I'm still loading in. Oh, there we go. That was actually pretty good timing. Thank you. Okay, so it's 10 a.m. It looks like it is evening. So the areas over here where I'm starting was just farmland. So everything that's been placed over here, Prelude and I have placed. So we'll start with this. This behind me is a little camping park where it's a mix of semi-permanent and permanent structures that people are able to buy at some campgrounds. There's a campground like that from where I am. You're on a waiting list for when people leave the campground, and then you can move your trailers on. You can build semi-permanent structures on it, that kind of thing. That's kind of what I started here, going into a little bit of a little more permanent. And at the far end over there is a more permanent dwelling, residential area. Yeah, so we got the different types, some different types of vehicles here. We've got the yard holy lag. The yard construction crew here that, takes care of everything. We've got the little shop. You can come in, use bathrooms and showers, that kind of thing. Steam just buffered too. Oh, stream did buffer. All right. But it stopped dropping frames, so I'm going to go into this mode because it's going to be a little bit easier to show stuff. And I can actually still kind of fly around the map. And it's actually flying around like a helicopter this time, which is really cool. So I kind of placed all of these together, all of the yard things. To me, it feels like, a bunch of people doing camping things. Different types of camp trailers, different types of setups, just depending on what you want to do. The type of camping that you like. Some just like tents, some like trailers, some want, something a little more permanent. A wish cache appears for anybody that wants to catch it. I do want to place a little bit of a playground in here. We have some more permanent housing over here. This guy, obviously truck driver. This guy is a military buff. This guy likes the whole off-grid thing. With this guy, he's got some, um, what's that called? Solar. I gotta put a couple more in here yet, and then it'll be more stuff. Now we're right in the very edge of the map up here, so we have a bank, and all of these buildings are mods that we've added to our world that we're decorating. So this is obviously a Harley Davidson shop. I'm trying to get closer to show you kind of inside without being here to go inside, and it's not liking it. We got bikes inside, we got lifts inside. It's almost like I'm in a drone, and that's exactly how it's handling, which is weird. We've got our aftermarket shop here. We put the lifts and the vehicles inside. Prelude decorated the yard like a normal shop yard would look like. Across the way, we have our police station for the neighborhood. You know, all the different types of police vehicles. We got a SWAT car, the impound lot in behind with some, you know, found stolen items and whatnot. And it does not like me facing the edge of the map for some reason. One of the vehicles over there just does not like me. And that's what it is. It's vehicles and buildings that does not like all of the mods. Place the Circle K. There was no vehicles or anything surrounding this. You know, so we made sure that there was a car wash. Added, you know, delivery vehicle, always parking in front of the door, trying to get stuff in and out. This one has a Quickie Mart drive-through, a Sonic drive-through. Sorry. So we got people lined up, trying to get their goods, their daily coffees and whatnot. You know, kids always have their bikes outside of a gas station. We got people filling gas. The gas truck, you know. I wanted to get a dump truck to make it look like they're here, or not a dump truck, a garbage truck to make it look like they're here, you know, dealing with garbage. But there isn't one. So we're waiting to see if someone adds that into the mod list, or we may attempt to contact somebody and say, hey, is this a mod that can be added? So then we got some apartment buildings here, different styles of apartments buildings. This one had nothing underneath. You know, we placed the vehicles in. That one there actually has somebody driving it. I think I can get under there. Yeah, actually has somebody driving it, so it looks like, you know, they're trying to get either in or out, which I thought was really cool. Over here, there's been a little bit of an incident. Because, you know, some of these poor neighborhoods, sometimes there's inexplicable, inexplainable incidences that tend to make the news. And while this is one of those, we don't know exactly what happened. We just know it happened, and we just happened upon it. So we, you know, immortalized it. We have our park that Prelude put together. And hey, if you can't have fun with things like this, you know, why play the game? All of this neighborhood over here, Prelude is responsible for. So, you know, we got, and you can tell each one of these dwellings that everybody does something a little bit differently, just like any other dwelling you find, you know, in any residential area. And I think Prelude is doing a really good job of showing that kind of stuff off. I like the fact that we able to do like the handicap parking with, you know, the vehicle in place. We have a couple of areas here under construction, which I think, you know, is the way it would go. I do like how this looks with the heavy machinery in it. It's a gated community, so we have our gate. This was here. Oh, the graveyard wasn't. Prelude built the graveyard. I think Prelude did a good job with the graveyard. I do like that. It's a good touch. But see, this is with their settlement, and it's a cool settlement. Like it's the same, but it's different. And this is what would be original infrastructure, and what we're doing is new infrastructure, like it would in any other community. Here's our Sonic. Again, added the vehicles for a little bit more realism. We have one of our, hidden police cars, because speeders. Here's our fire station, which Prelude put together. But, we got two different types of firehouses. We've got a few different types of fire trucks. Just over here is the junkyard I built. We've got the two different haulers for vehicles to come to the junkyard. Piles of stuff that are either for parting out or for sale as a whole, or to be worked on, because some of the stuff can still be fixed and sold. There was nothing in the building. Prelude, did you pull that tractor out, or is that tractor slowly moving itself out of that trailer, out of that shed again? You wonder how we get some of the bigger stuff in. We have the bigger lift here that can lift stuff over. You think it's moving itself out? Yeah, I kind of thought so. But see, this is what I'm saying is we've got all of these mods to be able to grab all of this cool stuff to put in into these builds to give it more realism, right? You got Preludes area over here. Prelude lives a little larger than I do. This one's mine. Yes, yes, we have expensive cars. But, it's fun. A lot of these buildings you can go in and out of. I'm just not, because getting there, if you push the number one, yeah, yeah. Yeah, the thing is right now the way the camera is moving, the camera's not moving nicely. Especially in this building. Nope, down. Go down. Yeah, it's not wanting to. So I'm just not going to try and go in. It's not playing nicely. It probably wants me closer than what I am. So over here is our little gardening plot. Imagine that. I can move a lot cleaner over here. So we have quite a few different types of greenhouses growing us things, including tree greenhouses. I like that little seating area. 'Cause you know, every community needs food like throughout the year, so sometimes you want vegetables in the middle of winter that you normally can't get. We have our solar farm over here, because that in itself is a farm, plus some more vegetable greenhouses. I love these little round ones. I think these are so cool. Solar farm here, though, makes us, a good amount of money. And then the original trailer park that Prelude made. Now, this is before we had some of our mods, so yes, a lot of these buildings are repeated, but that's because of the mods that we had at that time. And each one of these makes us money. But I think this looks so good. Like, Prelude did such a good job putting this all together. I think that's the majority. I think that's what everything we've done. This was here. This is where we get our vehicles. Prelude is putting together a yard maintenance pack by the looks of it. Wave to the camera, Prelude. All right. I am going to go back to my world because this is very laggy with OBS. This is very laggy with OBS open, and it's getting harder and harder to move. And that's all it is OBS. It does not like my OBS being open. But thank you for opening that so I could show that off. We'll go back into my world and we'll start to see if we can get a field cut in. So yeah, I'm having fun putting that world together. And with that one, it's, a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there. Just because of the amount of creativity, it is trying to get into the different mindsets of all the different people. You're welcome. I figured some of the people see different side of this that was interesting. Exactly, it's a new side of the game. Hello, Dragon at all. Lurking, still stuck working on a Fernurbeling course. Have a great stream, and I hope you're doing well. Thank you, Feg. Thank you for the lurk. Good luck on your course. Hopefully that is going well. Alright, I'm no longer in the mood for this playlist. Okay. We have changed playlists. Lunatone has appeared if anybody wants it. Oh, cool. Just joined and looked like you were. No, no, I'm not. I'm not ending. I'm just going back to my save game. I was just showing off the one that Prelude and I were working on together. But being in that world with all the laggy stuff, and having my OBS open, my computer was struggling. If you do, you do. You're at work. But hi, Nomi. Welcome in. How are you doing? Doing okay? Good. forward to supper today. It's going to be simple, but it's going to be good. We've got some frozen chicken patties, chicken burgers in the freezer. As where you normally keep your frozen food, yes. But it's the fact that we have chicken patties in the freezer to make for food that I am looking forward to us eating. Um, I don't think I need this over here anymore, so I'm going to actually go park this over there, closer to where I know I'm going to be needing it in time. And I should probably move my logging equipment over there too. I know what I'm doing after stream. I am fighting with roads. Uh-oh. Lift more? Aha! I'm gonna need all of this forestry equipment over here. Now the fun part is, I'm going to be able to stop using the smaller log deck and hook up to my large log deck. And I know it's not the size of your deck, but how you use it. But in this case, it's the size of the deck. Trust me. So if we detach this, now I'm not getting rid of it because I may want to use it again. Really like this truck and trailer. I really do. I am going to be using this in all of my logging worlds. Now if I could just find a tree harvester that matched this aesthetic, I would be ecstatic. That's more like it. Thank you. I do like this truck. I'm glad I found this truck. I'm probably gonna need him over there too. But I think for now, you are gonna get parked in over here. So I'm not going to put a lot of the stuff I would normally have in a farm down here because I've already got a lot of it up top. And I don't think I need to have everything doubled. The only reason why I doubled the silo is so I had much more storage than what I was getting to begin with. No, you're staying here because I need you to cut grass. You're staying there. The mech is not moving yet. Oh, crap. I had all of these logs I had to pick up. All right. I guess we'll bring that truck back and pick up all the logs. Actually, I wonder, can I click on you, set destination here? Target unavailable. Screw off. All right, I really need to do all of the roads. Hit their ganks and their gums and their guns and their guns. They are flying in your head, in your head. Mousy, are you playing Porsche or are you diamond painting? Yay, soon I get to go from constantly chopping wood to breaking and moving rocks before I go back to constantly chopping wood. I love the fact that it shows the barge. Okay, so let's actually go into construction mode. Into here, we're gonna soften that. Sorry, you caught me between stuffs. Was just about to set up your diamond. Oh, that's what I was asking. If you were diamond painting or if you were um, playing Porsche. I was just wondering what you were up to. All right, so I don't know how well this trailer is going to handle going over there, but we're gonna find out. As long as I don't drive it off the bridge into the water, yes. Or bounce up off a rock. Porsche, yeah. No, diamond painting is winning out. Apparently, your body decided to give you a almost migraine, which you hopefully avoid since you took Advil. Oh, all right. Sorry to hear that, but it is weather is changing violently a lot lately, so that could be part of it. Or you might be hungry. But I've had a headache today too. Sun glare? Ah, okay. Too long with the curtain open. I got that. All right, so I could probably cut those now to 5 meter lengths. I will have to try that and see how well 5 meter lengths fit on here. Those are fours. Wild Nincita has appeared if anyone wants to catch it. Okay, maybe not fives to double that up. Maybe 4.5s. Two, four. It's hard to say. Probably try 4.5s and see what happens. Or I stick at 4. Nothing wrong with having that little bit of extra space. Okay, so this is actually going to be easier to drop in here. Definitely moves slower with the trailer on it, which was to be expected. You're my wonder wall. Now I am going to have to build a little bit more lumber storage down here because I know the sawmill doesn't hold as much. Sawmill holds 140,000 liters. And the storage holds 1,000,000 liters. So yeah, we're going to build another one of those storages down here. Now I could move the storage that's there, but why? With the sawmill, like over here, sense to have another one of those storages over here. And just come over here, drop it off in that storage, and go. All right. All right. I think that's all the machinery cleaned up from down here. Let's start shaping. We're gonna flatten first a large portion of this to this height. Which most of this should already be. I thought this was actually going to be deeper than what it was. And I could probably make it deeper than what it is. Honestly. But I don't think I'm going to. I will take it as it is and do with it what I originally planned. I was just hoping for a stronger wall face over here than what there will be. Now I'm still gonna put a rock face all around this. But this is gonna be one big grass field. And depending how much I get out of this grass field, the top ones might change to... Nah, they won't. They'll stay grass. I'm not gonna kid myself. Okay, so let's make this smaller. See, I was hoping to put a waterfall in through here, falling down into here, and that, but that's not gonna happen. All right, sadly, the rock that I'm going to be placing in here will be at road level for most of it, except along here. And that is what it is. Unless I decide that I am going to go deeper. I did not expect that to all be that level. I thought I would see something like this go all the way around this bowl. Yeah, can we make it look good and do that? What's that? Make it deeper? Like I know I'm gonna carry this rock all around this. Kind of like what's on the other side-ish. And I'm gonna do that still just so people don't drive across the grass field. I want it to be a barrier between the field and the road. Now I could probably take it and then slowly slope it up over to here. Hmm. I was looking through some of the new bridges. You think a couple would look good where my wood bridge is coming into this area? I can't get rid of that bridge though, I don't think. No, I can't do anything with that bridge. That bridge is structure. And I don't really want to mess with trying to place one beside it. Because that would look silly. Might be able to buy and place them on top. Well, maybe. That's for later. Do I? Do I? Do I? Nope, that's wrong way. Alright, chat, this is me going outside of my comfort zone. Do we need in for this outside comfort zone? Well, do you want to try and find all of the mods that I've got in order for you to be able to come in and help me with this outside my comfort zone? Probably not. Oh, talk me through it. Oh, no, no, that's if it gets to that point, it will be after stream. Right now, this is just me getting the basics of the bowl in place. I can get to the edges later. As long as I have the basics of the bowl in place. Just a thought, is this going to be a pond? If so, we'll look at the size of the water. No, this is just me bringing this section down deeper like I was envisioning the field. Then I will decide if I'm going to actually put a pond in. This is just step one of me trying to figure out the overall aesthetic. Can I still make you bigger? No. Noibat has appeared if anybody wants it. So, look at you, you slope tool like a pro. You've had some practice. Yeah, I've taken some practice. So now I need this smaller. So you are going to bring this curve in over to there. You really like the double wall right there. That looks natural for rock support for depth. Yeah. I do want to bring it a little bit more this way. That's the contractor in you coming out from actual building rock walls with machinery. I'm just giving myself an outline where I want to place rocks, and then I will go from there. And depending on how this rock wall fits, it will depend on the actual shape and size of my field. Usually you would have a rock wall come up, a small landing, and then rock wall go up to the other. Yeah, but I'm also trying to kind of replicate this too. Kind of, sort of, like, this is more natural. Yeah. And see, I kind of want to replicate this natural-like type feeling instead of one that I've built. So, I don't think I'm going to actually get that, but I want to get as close to it as I can. Oh, alright, yeah, there we go. Nope. I'm just thinking I need to start another playthrough of this so I can do some before and after pictures. I need to do that, I think, on the next one I do, is take some before and after pictures of what some of the areas will look like and go from there. I did not start this world on stream, no. But I am thinking that the last stream and this one, I am going to definitely post. Because even then, you can see the differences between last stream and this one. And you might be able to get some screenshots from last stream of this world. Probably, yeah. You're not wrong. And I know you know you're not wrong. It's just you're thinking with a different mindset that I am because I'm currently streaming, so. And I just remembered a tool that I have to put a field in easier. All right, chat. Let's get into here and see how this feels. Okay, so this is actually deeper than man. So I like that. This bush is bigger than man. I don't like that. I think this feels like what I was going for. And be able to see the vehicles driving above. And if we come up over here, oh yeah, this will still be wide enough to drive along. What do you think, Prelude? It's looking good. Thank you. This needs. Okay, where am I? Why? Hmm. What do you mean? What do you? I just thought try turning your camera so you can see the road a little better than just the angle. Well, I was trying to look at the angle look at it from the edge, so I could judge the slope better. I think that'll work. I think that looks pretty smooth there now. Except for that. So let's go that. There. Oh, no, 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 no. All right. That's how that's gonna go. And I think that's better. Mousy caught it. Yay! That is definitely better than what it has been. I'm happy with that. I am now happy with the thickness this gets coming down around here. Alright, now I guess it's time to start placing stone. But I don't think I'm going to do that on stream. That is going to be an off-stream project, because I have some stone here placed, and I do like how this looks. One stone I do want to place, though, right now. Tag team back again. No, it's under rock. Is there multiple of these? Because I just want the one piece there. That's all I want, one piece there. So maybe we bring this a little bigger, we round it. We do this instead. There are rocks you can buy from the store. Yeah, I know. I think that looks good there like that. I do think that looks good there like that. Not quite what I was looking for, but I can now take... uh-huh. And then back to here. Now I know these roads are coming out, but I think by doing this, it's kind of going to leave the definition of where I wanted those roads a little bit better. I am going to want to pave that, but I still think... no, all right. Because I will do pavements, but I do want to make it look like... you can do it at one corner and it shouldn't throw the roads. I am gonna leave it kind of like that, just to show the edge of where the roads are. I think I like that. Oh, show through the road? Oh, yeah. But I'm picking the road up. That's the thing. I'm picking the road up. I'm gonna sell all of the roads now that they're all placed, just because I now know that in this area there is drivable that I can have a AI drive a tractor from top to bottom. But I'm gonna wait until I have all of the rock placed before I do that, and test the AI going up and down a few times, and then I'll get rid of the roads. That is not the grass I thought it was. That's better. All right. I know I didn't need to do that, but with that little bit of area up here, I need to figure what I'm going to put here. There will be something there. You found on the submerged island one of the grass types to paint is a very bright green. I'm trying to keep with the island colors. I don't want to change too much. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this from this level, I like that. You know your brain just works this way. I see something you have to. I appreciate that. I like that. I do like that. Oh, I like how the fog is down there already. Do like how the fog is like that already. Hi, Dink. I think this is a good grade. I will have I will have the field start up here and work its way down in. I will do that. Because it's going to be grass. I don't know if it needs... I don't know if it needs a lake or a pond. Although a pond would be cool at the end. A pond would be cool at the end. What I might do, Prelude, is while I am setting up some of the rock, I might get you to talk me through maybe making a pond here after supper or tomorrow. It is going to take me hours to place all that rock. If I do a little waterfall, if I do just a little waterfall coming out here, or even if I can place it in here, that it's going across the road down into here. But I think I can put a little waterfall here. The elephant, you're the mouse, I'm not supposed to be scared. Am I not supposed to be scared, so I would hide from you? Topsy-turvy life, Tank. Topsy-turvy life. Yeah, I think if I have a small waterfall here, I could do a little bit of a pond. All right, so let's... Right. Does this map have rivers with a rock? I think so. Yes. Just none of them are small enough. None of them are small enough to go across the road. It would have to go beside the road. Probably. I will try that later. How many liters? Okay, that's 10,000 liters. How many liters is this? 15 almost. Interesting. All right. What I thought. The only thing is it's going to be easier for me to back in and sell stuff. Because it's not a trailer. The other thing was cooler to. Yeah, it's cooler to drive this. You're right. I think I should also pave the yard up here. I don't like this broken look. All right, let's maybe break up all of the rock that we're going to break up over here. Okay, not all of it, a bunch of it. Oh wait, I guess I should unfold it. I may have used my cool new tree grinder to get rid of a bunch of trees up here. That's interesting. That actually broke up into a couple of piles. A lot of these are breaking up into a couple of piles. All right. Is it all gonna break as one? No. Really? You got high centered. How did you get high centered on that? Turn your machine off, push it onto the ground, push yourself off the high center. Could do that too. I think there's only one more after this one. Maybe two. Do you break? You do. All right, cool. Okay, so we will reposition you. Wait. Wait. Oh, you really? You're actually going to do the thing you're supposed to do now? So because we don't have the auto start going, I left it running and it'll actually just do the thing. The other option depends on how good the physics are. Put arms high and back and make it do a wheelie. Those physics actually can get pretty realistic too. So, Prelude, I found out what the problem was. The tractor auto start, because when you leave, it turns it off. You turn that off, and now it actually auto picks everything up. "10,000 people, maybe more." Um, you're welcome. Silence like a cancer grows. Interesting. All right. Empty you. Whee! I'm not gonna complain at $1,000 for stone in my just in my yard, you know? A wild hypno female has appeared for anybody that might want it. Okay, so we'll turn you off. And we will set it so I don't get back into you anytime soon, unless I absolutely want to. Bum 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 bum. So why is it the other one had a $2 environmental fee and this one had a $38 environmental fee? I's confused. Mousy caught it. Okay, so just making sure there's no more over here. I don't think there is. Right type of mode. Right type of mode. It's a good thing Prelude reminded me that those augers, those belt augers, pick up stone. Because I was sitting here with a bucket on the front of my loader trying to load the trailer, and I was just getting more and more and more frustrated. It's interesting me gathering stone is considered a harvest. Unfortunately, skid steers are nice to move material, but not at half a yard at a time. Yeah. And I probably could have bought a bigger loader, but for the small amount of rock there is around, it wasn't really worth it. But the the belt system is. That belt auto made it so it can be in the middle of the three vehicle train. Tractor, auger, dumper, trailer. No. Tractor, auger, yes. Um, but there is nothing here to connect to go anything behind it. I can I can connect augers together, but there really is nothing showing that I can connect to a trailer because all the connections are on this end. Which is unfortunate. There might be other ones that would do that, but not that particular one. I think. Oh, hey, there's a new auger. But that one doesn't have the auto. No, I don't think any of these will do that. These are the mid ones. So this one might. They do. This one might do that art. But it would need to have, it would drop onto here and then back onto something else. Okay, so all the gravel here is gone. I don't think there's anything in here until the bottom. Yeah, it does. So there's nothing in here until the bottom. I do want to come through here though and kind of fix the road a little bit. Alright, so now there's just those. Before I call it quits, let's look to see. I was going to add some tree farms over here. And then probably some other greenhouses for cotton. But I do want some tree farms over here. Is that the only one we have? There are a few different ones, if you remember correctly now. Okay. Okay, so those I can get a few of in. You're medium, so I can fit the large ones in. Yeah, I can get a few of the large ones in. I think we only have the one tree one. We have quite a few different greenhouses. I think we only have the one tree one. Which I don't mind moving this other stuff into. I can do that. I just need to make sure that I leave room to drop stuff off. Yeah, we've only got the one. That one, the load and unload is in front and back. Yeah, so as long as I put them sideways like this, as long as I keep them sideways like this, side by side, with room to get in, it should be good. So if we put 3 of them in, and we'll play with that. Okay, so I need... Why do I need to put wood in to get wood out? Okay, so I only need at most seeds. I only need at most seeds. Okay, so I'm not going to do wood chips out of here. I just want to make wood from seeds. And you are going to be sold. You are going to distribute. And enable watering. Enable watering. No, that one. Distribute, sell. I guess I'm going to have to turn that on, because it's going to be doing the thing. and that one. So now I need to get seeds. Can we just muse on something for a moment? For the past couple of months, you've been updating the config files in your old copy of your mod pack and not the current copy of your mod pack, so none of the config changes have applied. Oh no, April. Hi, April. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, that was a lot of work that didn't get applied. If you turn on wood chips, it will use the wood it's making. That's fine. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so we don't want to do that. Quickly throws a pillow down to block the head from desk. You are human. You make mistakes. It is allowed. You have sourced the mistake. You have learned from the mistake. Okay, now I need seeds. And actually, I think I can put seeds in here. You mean that one? That one? Well, one of these should hopefully have seeds for me. I just don't remember which one. I have three of these. I don't remember what does what. Alright, you know what? I'm tired of playing with that one right now. Let's go here. Oh, I can do the fertilizer too. Did I turn on the water for all three? I had not. Alright, so now we have water going to all three. We are playing at 1 time speed, so it will take a little bit for the water to get to all three. So those, then I can also do solid fertilizer. Why? There we go. Oh my god, how many seeds do you take? You take 10,000 liters of seeds. Do you also take that much in fertilizer? You also take 10,000 liters of fertilizer. Nope, wrong button. Just a few trips. And you're right, it's only a few trips. There's nothing wrong with that. And it just means that I look for a bigger trailer that I can get 30,000 liters of seeds in and only do it in one trip. Or 30,000 liters of fertilizer in and only do it in one trip. While we're doing this, let's bring, no, this to 5 times speed that I normally play at. And then that should hopefully get water going into it. Alright, I'll fill the last one and then I'm going to call stream. Because I need to go make food. I just realized I'm hungry. And I should probably set Mondays and today's streams to render to go on to my YouTube. So I can actually see the difference in the in what I've been doing. Oh. I think I missed. So I will see if I can get a single unit. I seem to have gotten rid of my water trailer. So I will need to get a single unit that does 30,000 liters of seeds and 30,000 liters and then 30,000 liters in liquids, and then I can probably get rid of this trailer. I'll keep the tractor because I never know what I'm going to need, else I'm going to need. I can use this tractor to actually spray my fields. So there is that. So that's already starting to get me some wood, which is distributing, which will go into all three. I got the 2 storages. I've got storages that the wood will go into, and the sawmill. So it's not like I'm going to run out of space for wood anytime soon, because the sawmill is actually going through wood a lot faster than I was expecting it to. At the very worst, I can put in another sawmill. All right. That's where I am going to call it. I don't see anyone going that I'm going to want to raid into. So I'm just going to fade. You're very welcome. Thank you all for being here. We'll see what happens on Saturday. We'll see how Claire is feeling. If she's feeling well enough to stream, we will do a co-stream. If she's not, we won't. I might do something by myself, but Mousy and I may just end up going to do something ourselves otherwise. So we'll have to wait and see. So yeah, that is that. Um, have yourselves a great rest of your day. Do yourselves a favor. Reach out to people you haven't talked to in a bit. Make sure they're okay. I did do that. I did reach out to like a bunch of people yesterday. Just to check in to see how things are going. Some of us have ADHD, and object permanence is a thing, and that includes people. So, you did reach out and touch me. Uh-huh. Um, those with ADHD, object permanence is a thing, and that includes people. So, you may need to check in on them to make sure they're okay. Some of them, do them a favor, tell them you're gonna be there in a half hour so they can actually clean their house once. It might do them a world of good. And As always, my friends, if you can't be good,